Like just show up on like
Yeah.
top and then the bottom's like, nah. I didn't close it. Look at my shirt.
Excuse me, Rano.
Yes.
Hi.
Hi there.
It says that we're live on YouTube. Is this also being recorded then as well? Yes.
It's actually recorded when it is live on YouTube, but we also do a separate recording on Zoom. And I don't start the Zoom recording until the meeting gets going.
I see. Okay. Just curious. Thank
Yep.
you.
Okay.
You're going to be busy tonight, huh?
I guess so, Jane.
Yeah. Well, let me know. I wish I could help you more, but I think you've got it in control.
Yep, I'm gonna go look for your email with everybody's names on it right now.
Okay.
Hi there, whoever you are.
Hi, David. How you doing?
Good.
Good. Have you got your second shot yet?
That comes on the 11th.
The 11th. Okay. How you feeling?
Great.
Yeah, good.
Renaming myself here. Here we go. Hi, Rachel.
Hi, David. How are you?
Real good.
Good.
Looking forward to getting my second shot on the 11th.
Oh, lucky you.
Yeah.
My husband and I call ourselves probably the last people in Sonoma County to get our shots.
Yeah. Well,
No schedule, no info.
mhm. Well, visualize a clown car when you think of the virus vaccine people.
Oh, I can't go that way. My sister-in-law is one of the vaccinators down in San Diego.
Uh-huh.
Apologies. Let's see. Let me check our participants here. Welcome to the Library Commission meeting. Happy March. Spring seems to be in the air. And let's hope that vaccines are on the way as well. And with that, I will call us to order. Unless staff has anything to say. All right, hearing nothing, I am going to call the roll. Commissioner Cahill.
Here.
Not hearing anything. I know you're here, David.
Yeah, and I'm not muted.
I can hear you, Dave.
Commissioner. Okay. Commissioner Hauser.
Here.
Commissioner Heavenridge.
Here.
Commissioner Foxen.
Here.
Let's see. Commissioner McKenzie.
Here.
Let's see. Here. Commissioner Parker.
Here.
Commissioner McBain.
Here.
And I'm missing someone. Joel, are you here?
Yes, here I am.
So sorry.
Newbert.
So sorry. Newbert. I didn't see your name on the.
Wasn't there at the beginning, but I put it in next to my phone number.
Ah, there you go. So sorry. So sorry. All right.
Oh, I'm logged in as the wrong person. I'm logged into my church account. It's St. Gabriel.
I like it, Karen. I like it.
We need an archangel these days.
Yes,
We do.
I will. I can actually
Yes,
change my name.
No. Apologies. Naturally, the list that I always use got put away, folded away in a file folder. And so I thought, I know these names by heart, but I guess I don't. Okay. At any rate, we're all here.
Deborah, I don't believe you called me, but I am here. This is Andy.
I have you checked off, but thank you very much for speaking on. Did I miss anybody else? Please tell me I didn't miss anybody else. Okay, hearing none. And pursuant to government, I'm going to read it out loud. Pursuant to the government code section 54953, we are going to be taking all votes during the meeting by roll call. But first I'm going to, and I know the branch presentation is listed as next, but we are going to take things out of order because we're going to honor some folks who are in here with us. So bear with me, I've got to. Apologies. Because it may be a little longer meeting than usual. I would like to bring Resolution 11.1 forward right now, which is honoring the League of Women Voters of Sonoma County, and that's on page 84 and 85 of your agenda packet, and just salute them for their work. Ray, would you like to step forward and talk about this?
Certainly, Chair Doyle, Ray Hawley, Community Relations Manager. Would you like me to read the resolution?
I would.
Thank you. And I misspoke. My title changed a little while ago, and I guess I reverted Communications Manager. So this is a resolution honoring the League of Women Voters of Sonoma County. Whereas the League of Women Voters of Sonoma County has been a longtime partner of the Sonoma County Library, and whereas the League of Women Voters encourages the informed and active participation of citizens in government, influences public policy through education and advocacy, and is a diverse, nonpartisan political group with a long-standing tradition of educating voters, and whereas the League of Women Voters has held numerous nonpartisan informational forums at Sonoma County Library locations, and whereas the League of Women Voters worked closely with library staff on a year-long centennial celebration of women's suffrage that explored the complex history and continuing fight for inclusion of all women, including women of color, trans women, and non-binary individuals. Therefore, be it resolved by the Sonoma County Library Commission, recognizing the extraordinary community partnership between the Sonoma County Library and the League of Women Voters of Sonoma County. That's signed by Chair Doyle and Director Hammond, dated March 1st, 2021.
Could I have a motion?
Madam Chair, this is Barbara McKenzie. I would love to put forward I don't have the language here in front of me, but I put forward the resolution that we honor the League of Women Voters and all the wonderful accomplishments and connections that they have in the community, all they do for the women voters of the Sonoma County and their nonprofit, nonpartisan participation in critical activities in our county. And So I will read this now. I move the resolution, the Sonoma County Library Commission approve recognizing the extraordinary community partnership between the Sonoma County Library and the League of Women Voters of Sonoma County.
I'll second.
Excellent. Thank you, Commissioner Heavenridge. And with that, I will call the roll. Unless there's any discussion.
Chair, we have a representative from the league here. If you'd like for her to say anything before the vote, or we could do it after the vote.
I think as long as you mention it, why don't we have her speak before the vote? Not that it's not going to be a resounding, resounding aye, but please, we're delighted to have you.
Well, there's actually two of us here this evening. There's myself, the immediate past president of the league, and Leona Judson, who's the immediate past chairperson for the Voter Services Committee. And we have really enjoyed our partnership with the library. And we want to really appreciate the creativity that you exhibited this last year during COVID. And we were able to distribute with your help, certainly primarily with your help, we distributed over 5,000 bookmarks about Voters Edge, which is a website that provides nonpartisan information about candidates and ballot measures. And those were distributed through the library to the citizens of Sonoma County. And so we hope to continue this partnership in the future and keep finding more ways to work together. It really serves the community. We feel that the libraries are a real hub of the community, and you provide so many services, and voter education is really paramount among those. So we really praise you for what you and your staff have done to educate the voters in Sonoma County and to get registration forms out to them too. You're some of our primary sites to distribute the voter registration forms, which are really crucial in this county at this time.
Thank you very much. We're just delighted to partner with you also. I think you're one of the most dedicated organizations, not just in this county, but all over the country. I have to say, personally, my mother was a member, and so I've known about your organization for a very long time. So, thank you very much. All right, then I am going to call the roll. Commissioner Cahill.
Yes.
Commissioner Elkind.
Yes.
Commissioner Hauser.
Yes.
Commissioner McBain. Commissioner Schneider.
Yes.
Commissioner Foxen.
Yes.
Who have I missed?
Commissioner Heavenridge says
Oh,
yes.
Commissioner Heavenridge, that's right. Now I can't even read my handwriting.
Commissioner Newberg votes yes.
Commissioner Newberg and Commissioner Parker.
Commissioner Parker, whose daughter sits on the board of the Alameda County League of Women Voters, votes yes.
Oh, fabulous. All right, who have I missed?
I put forward the motion, but I guess I would like to vote yes, enthusiastic yes also. This is Commissioner McKenzie.
Thank you, Commissioner McKenzie. You're helping me out here.
Did we hear from Sam?
I don't think we heard. She responded.
You know, I may have been muted. I'm so very sorry. Yes.
Excellent. And then I will make it unanimous. Thank you so much for all of your help. We really appreciate you being here.
Thank you. And Leona Judson, I don't know if you want to add anything.
No, I think you pretty well covered it. But I think the library in general has had such an amazing expansion in my lifetime. I remember in high school, I took a little library course and everybody had to be silent. And now the library has become a community center of sorts, and the league has been part of that. And I really, really appreciate that.
Thank you very much. We look forward to further partnership.
Absolutely.
Yes, sounds great. Let's
And
get
thank
these
you for
voters out.
putting us early on the agenda. We appreciate that too.
So we'll let you go about your business. We'll leave.
Thank you so much.
Thank you both.
But of course, you're welcome to stay as long as you like.
No, I think I'll stay on leave.
All right, let's see. And I believe we have. All right, then we have, now we have a branch presentation from the Petaluma Regional Library.
Good evening, everyone. This is Joe Cochrane, branch manager of Petaluma. So glad to have everyone here. So glad to be a part of this. And Ronald, were you running my slides tonight?
Joe, I
Otherwise, I can share my desktop.
yeah, that'd be great, Joe. Because
Okay.
I didn't know we were going to
Okay.
share.
That's no worries. Okay, can everybody see that? You should see a picture of the front of the Petaluma Library.
Yes, it looks good.
Okay, hey, well, flexibility is my middle name. I'm so glad that I was all ready to go, and I just cherish the League of Women Voters. They're one of the hundreds of 100+ community partners I've counted that we've done over this 7 years I've been here. And anyway, I just want to let you know, I'm Joe Cochrane. I'm the manager, but I see myself as the community librarian. It's called branch manager because I do manage a building, but it's really about reaching out to the community and how we are engaged and part of the community that we serve, and plus for the Sonoma County Library in general. I really see library as a living room, as your home. I mean, it's the way you treat your space in your home, how taking care of the building, picking up garbage outside, meeting everyone outside as I walk around in the morning, and who you invite into your space. Your public are like your guests, and your guests you treat well and with respect at all times. And part of that is our library family. Now let's see. Here is part of my staff. My staff, I have just a great, wonderful staff. They are just the best. I've hired almost everyone here now, and we're all super engagers in the community. We all love doing tons of outreach. COVID hasn't stopped us from doing that. As a matter of fact, not having the building helps the feeling of going beyond that building a lot easier. I mean, the building is great, and the great building is a wonderful thing, but it's how we engage in the community. Here's the rest of my staff. And how big are we? I've had somebody half the commissioners come through when we're working on our refreshes. We have a large library. We could fit 4 Sonomas in our library, so we have quite a big space. So it's been quite a challenge getting our refresh up and going, but it's a big space. We have over 25,000 feet, and also have a bookstore. Our forum room's the largest with 225 capacity, and we have our history room upstairs. I talk about the partnerships. Our Friends of the Library, of course, is an integral part of our partnerships. And they help us with everything value added, including our Lumicon, which I'll talk about in a second. Okay, hey, demographics. Well, here's Petaluma. Look at our library card holders. I have to tell you, when I did this, went through my population. I knew we were pretty close to this. I looked at one other census area, and we were almost close to 90,000. That's almost a fifth of the population of Sonoma County. So it's always been in my mind. Look at Northeast Petaluma, and also all the way up to Pengrove. You see Pengrove all the way up to Sonoma State. I know Commissioner McKenzie. We do share some people with Rona Parkatati. But I've always had the thought that once Roseland's in place, Petaluma might be the place that might need another additional branch. But I'm not looking at something to build from ground up. I'm looking at partnerships, because that's my name. My middle name is Partnerships. We have the SRJC in Northeast Petaluma, which has a mind-blowingly awesome library, which I think is underutilized. And I think partnership. So anyway, just a thought for the future. So here we are. We also are event crazy. You know, we do tons of events, and hey, the COVID did not stop us from having our LumaCon this year. We've had 7 LumaCons now. So in the last year, 119, and I actually included 2 Januaries. I had to do it because that's when we have our LumaCon. We did 944 events with over 39,000 attendance. And that includes 2 LumaCons. And LumaCons are about 3,500 to 5,000 teens and tweens. And this last one that we did digitally was a partnership with a rest of the teen librarians as well. It was just a wonderful event. So here's some more bright spots. I did mention LumaCon. So another partnership I really wanted to be involved in when I first got to the library was to work with the high school libraries in Petaluma, because they have credentialed teachers, and I wanted us not be working against each other, but working together. Well, my second week on the job, my teen librarian at the time, some of you may know Kate Keaton, who's now the manager of Central and also standing in for Lana. And the 2 high school libraries said, we want to do this comic convention. They said, but no one's taking this seriously. I said, when do we start? So we got that going, and 5 months time, we put out, we did a little LumaCon, which we thought would have maybe, we were hoping for a couple hundred, something like that. We had 1,500 the first year. I did have precedence not to have it in the library. It was we had it at the fairgrounds next door. So it was pretty amazing. And we had teens involved all the way, teens involved in the contest as well. It's just an amazing event. And that was the biggest thing too, looking in the library and my library as living room. I didn't see a lot of teens in our living room. And I thought, what do? You find ways to meet your teens where they are, what they're doing. And one of that things was not just comics, the comic convention is not just comics, it's all kinds of fandoms, anything teens are into. And we would just do so many different activities there. It just really reaches them a lot. And we have teen volunteers coming out of our ear. In fact, we have a good problem. When a commissioner just mentioning about library as a community space, I mean, that's a tough thing. We were dealing with it with our refresh, where we have a quiet reading area, but we've had people come up and go, God, there's so much noise over in the teen area. I said, I think most libraries would be pinching themselves to have so many teens that are kind of taking over the library. So anyway, it's a good problem to have. As I mentioned, we have the refresh coming up. There's been difficulties getting it up and going, but we're really there. Like I said, it's a big refresh. It's not easy to get together, and the city is bringing up their part as well, and it's going to be here really soon. And it's giving us open spaces, so we're already kind of, once it's done, we'll be ready for anything. A few of our other partnerships. I noticed at the backside of the building that there was rain sheeting off the roof all the time. And I thought, God, this would be a great thing for rain catchment. And we had this group called Daily Acts. They said, we've wanted to do a garden with you guys. I go, oh, do you do rain catchment? They go, oh, that's our specialty. So I want to show this bottom picture right here. This is actually the rain actually being captured one day in our garden. So we got the whole garden going. Mary McChesney, who has statues in our library for 40 years, had another statue she wanted to donate to us, and it was a really large piece, and it was donated and put into the garden. It's currently away right now being fixed up because it had too many moving parts, but it's going to be back, and we're also going to be working with her to possibly get another couple of items there to, not only that, to beautify the space, and talking about our beautifying of what we do. Another partnership is with a Petaluma Blacks Community Development, and the city of Petaluma put together a Black Lives Matter mural on the street in front of the library. They chose the library as the space of where the community comes to talk. And I think it's just so apropos. At the same time, we're working with a group of kids from a couple of high schools. They're going to do a mural on the Washington Street side on the Women in Science. And there's also going to be a mural. There's also going to be another item with Black Lives Matter as well. So Anyway, that's Petaluma in a little nutshell. I could talk forever, but I know you guys have lots of business, and I'm always excited about Petaluma, always excited about working with Sonoma County Library as a whole. I've met a lot of you commissioners. Paul Heavenridge, of course, is our commissioner, and he is an awesome dude. And thank you so much for your time. Does anyone have any questions?
Joe, one thing you mentioned the history. You mentioned the history room in the Petaluma Library. Well, how's that going to work in the refresh? What do you have ideas about that?
In the refresh, actually, the bulk of the browsing collection is coming downstairs. There's actually where we have a librarian's office right now. That's going to be shifted slightly. It's that the library cubicles are still going to be all together, but going east, west, instead of north, south. And that one corner of that back space is actually going to become the history room. And all of the microfilm stuff will be that down there. And the stuff that is mostly looked at, which is all of the cabinets with photos and histories and houses and things like that. And the upstairs will become more of an archives, kind of a back stacks with our refresh. Unfortunately, there was not enough money for an elevator to get everyone upstairs. So we found it was time to bring the collection down because we want better access to it.
Yeah, I just wanted to say, the reason I mentioned that is the Petaluma Historical Collection, along with the Petaluma Historical Museum, is quite an amazing collection. Anybody has any interest in Petaluma should go and check that out. Thanks, Joe.
Thank you.
Thanks very much. Before we go on to commissioner comments, I'm going to ask for public comment. Okay, I don't see any public hands raised. Commissioner Elkind, I saw your hand up.
Yes, thank you. Hey, Joe, great presentation. Thank you so much.
You bet.
And not trying to give you a hard time here in terms of raising the bar, but you've done so much to engage the community, and I think that's great. What do you see as the next opportunity, or what do you see as like the next thing you'd like to do to further that connection with the community?
Well, that's a very good question. Actually, we just started working with Petaluma People for Services Center. We've always wanted to be engaged with them. And now that with the pandemic, their outreach is kind of been stunted, and they are loving the possibility of connecting with us.
What was that group? I'm sorry.
Petaluma People Services Center.
Thank you.
Yeah, they do a lot of work in and around the community. And actually, sorry if you could just bear with me for a second. One of the other groups I did not mention that is ongoing is a committee for the shelterness, COTS, here in Petaluma. We've signed a memorandum of understanding with them about my third or fourth week into being in the library, because talking about library as this living room is we really honor all people who are in the library and how to engage and not ignore those who are here, and how to work with them, how to bring people from outside to work with them. We had their benefits person come in, because a lot of people don't like to go to the shelter, and a lot had their rent right workshops, and work with the police force in town, and also with others, the COTS and other individuals, to work with people directly. And we have success stories. We have people who've been on the street for 8 years who are now, we helped get off the street and are now coming back as a customer. So anyway, thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate your great work.
It sounds like a presentation at a library association conference.
Yes,
it does. Commissioner McKenzie.
Yes, thank you. Joe, I wanted to add my thanks for this excellent presentation. I'm a big fan of the Petaluma Library, been to a lot of programs down there. The LumaCon is, if commissioners haven't been, is just an astonishing, it's like a convention of every teenager who lives anywhere in the area. And with the people in costume, it's just an astonishing event. I know there's so much coordination that goes into that. And one of the highlights of last year, before we kind of went dark of the pandemic, was Tommy Orange, the Distinguished Speaker Series, and you and your staff brought, I don't know how many hundreds of chairs, and they're right in the middle of the library. It was all full. It was great conversation between Greg Saris and Tommy Orange. It was just an excellent event. So I really appreciate all you do. It's so much more than what a library has to do. They really, I can see all the outreach and all the involvement, and appreciate everything you do, Joe, and your staff.
Thank you.
Very
Thank you.
impressive.
Thank you very much.
Any other comments, questions from the commission? Okay, thanks so much.
Yeah, I just want to say thank you, Joe. It was a good great presentation. And anybody, you should go look up Joe in his Lumicon outfit, because everybody comes dressed if they can. And it's,
Hey, well, guess what? I'm now old enough and have the gray hair. I now play the older Luke Skywalker. I have the costume. I don't have to like try to put on the makeup. I just am.
That's true.
Thanks, Joe.
Thank you, everybody.
Thanks very much. Okay, our next item is public appearances. Members of the public who wish to address the commission regarding matters that are not on the agenda should request recognition at this time pursuant to the above prescribed protocols. Do we have any members of the public who have things to say that are about things that are not on the agenda? Okay. Seeing none. Our next item is the Library Advisory Boards, the Foundation, and the Friends of the Library. Do we have anyone from any of those groups with us tonight?
Yes, Sarah Ortiz from the Sonoma County Public Library Foundation.
Welcome again, Sarah.
Hi, commissioners. I just wanted to give you a short update on what's going on with the foundation. And I really want to say thank you to Kat Gore and Ray Hawley for their effort on the Show the Love to the Library campaign, which was really featured in the first couple of weeks of February and encouraged patrons to show their love for the library, and it featured the foundation. The campaign included an insert in curbside pickup bags, social media, and email out to 100,000 patrons from the library that went out on February 9th, and 4 days of print ads in the Press Democrat, which was jointly paid for by the library and the foundation. And the foundation also featured the campaign on our social media and in an email out to donors. And so I really, really want to say thank you to staff for their efforts in that. It was a beautiful campaign and we really appreciated it. And I want to say a continued thank you to Siri Tanger for continuing to assist us with fundraising, board development, grants, and her suggestions. We really appreciate her expertise and ongoing assistance. For example, this month she arranged a photo op with the Roanoke Park Cotati Rotary Club, who donated money towards Martin Luther King Jr. displays at the libraries. And so they donated that grant to the foundation. The foundation gave it to the libraries, who will be able to put that towards ongoing displays. This year is a little different with the pandemic, but the money went towards permanent displays that can be used in future years. So thank you to Siri for arranging that and setting that up. We are really excited about the City of Santa Rosa straw vote in favor of setting aside the $10 million towards the Rosen Library. And we're committed to continuing to advocate to the city to invest in the Rosen Library as they move forward and finalize the budget in the coming months. We will be continuing to advocate and working with the Rosen Coalition to see what we can do to reach out to our city council members and what we can do moving forward once that money is set aside. We're adding board members. So in the coming months, I will be announcing new board members to the commission. And as we add people, we are still looking for people, but we are excited about the opportunity to kind of really dig deeper into things like grants and advocacy and the opportunity to really reach out more to our donors. So I always ask you guys what you can do with the foundation, and we will be sending out a donor survey, very short, just asking people. We want to get to know our donors better. We want to engage better so that we can thank them and everything else better. And so we'll be sending out a donor survey via email, and it'll also be sent out to all of you. So please, if you can spare a few minutes, fill it out and let us know how we can improve. And that's it from the foundation. Thank you for having me.
Thanks so much, Ms. Ortiz. Any public comments on her report? Any commission comments? Again, we're incredibly grateful. Thanks very much for taking the time to come over and talk to us.
Excuse me, Reese has her hand up.
Oh, hi, I'm so sorry, Commissioner Foxon.
That's okay. It's kind of hard with all of this. I just want to thank Sarah for all she's doing. She's bringing the foundation back, and I really commend her for the work she's doing. So thank you, Sarah.
That is very, very kind, and thank you very much.
Anyone else? Okay, thank you. All right, and now we're going to launch into library reports. There's lots of information. I think some folks are going to have some questions or comments at least. So without further ado, Library Director Ms. Hammond, you want to take it away?
Yes, thank you, Chair Doyle. Good evening, commissioners and staff and public. I'm very happy to bring you up to date on the wonderful work and efforts of our staff. We are working really hard toward being ready to reopen and hopeful that that will happen within the next month or two. I know that everybody's really curious about what it's going to look like when we do reopen. You know, it's going to be at a limited capacity. I've asked the reopening team to prepare a presentation for your April meeting, so they will be able to update you on exactly how things will happen when we're able to reopen. And obviously we'll continue to evolve that as the conditions in the county improve. But that's something to look forward to. The reimagining plan is coming along wonderfully. I'm really happy with the input that we've been receiving from everyone involved in this. And again, we're closing in on the information gathering part of this, the community assessment portion, and we will have a draft plan for you at the April meeting. So another thing to look forward to. One thing I'd like to point out that was not included in our reports because it happened so recently. Human Resources Manager Suzanne Silva wrote her first grant this year. She applied for the Cultivating Racial and Ethnic CREI. What is it? Suzanne, help me out. Cultivating Race and Racial Equity and Inclusion grant from the state and received it. So we won $5,000 to help us with this very, very important work that we are dedicated to pursuing. Looking at the circulation statistics, one thing I wanted to point out, we reversed a couple of numbers. So on digital checkouts, the 65,000 is actually from 2020 and the 94,000 from 2021. So we did not go down in digital checkouts, we went up. So that's good news. Capital improvement projects, you'll notice it was already mentioned by Joe Cochrane, the Petaluma project. There was some, the fire suppression system came back at a higher cost than was anticipated. And because this is the responsibility of the city, they're looking at how they can work within this need. And so we're pausing the project and planning to reopen that particular branch along with all the others. The Central and Guerneville projects are ready to bid. All the planning part is done. And the note there that additional funding will be needed, that we'll address that later in the meeting when we talk about the projects and the budget upgrade or budget adjustment. Moving along to Roseland, staff have had wonderful conversations with the city of Santa Rosa. And again, we're so very grateful for that $10 million allocation that the city council voted for this library. It's a real vote of confidence in the library and a vote of support for that community who so very badly needs to have a permanent library. So we're working hard on partnering with the city to find an appropriate location for a permanent branch, and hope that we will have good information for you in the near future. Moving along to the archives report. If you can scroll on down a little bit.
And I'm going to interrupt to let everyone know that we're going to take public comments and commission comments after 6.1.4. So we'll take comments about the library reports of Director Hammond before we go into the budget and finance report.
Yes, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
So we have a report here giving a little background information about the history of this collection and some of the current issues, the current steps. We are beginning this week to conduct an in-house inventory to really kind of reconcile the records and the existing lists and compare this with the physical items that are present in that location. Depending on the results of that, we will likely ask for a professional inventory, and that would be a budget adjustment as well. So then we have, once all of that is completed, and we're continuing this conversation with the county to determine how do we go, where do we go from here? Do we move the collections as a whole? Do we break them up? What is the best possible solution for these materials in the long run? And what I wanted to emphasize this evening is that while we tend to refer to the archives as a monolithic entity, it really isn't. It's a mix of local government records and historical materials, and very likely a one-size-fits-all solution will not be ideal, but that's yet to be determined. So our legal counsel has been reviewing all of the materials, the background materials, the proclamations, et cetera, and will shortly have an opinion as to the ownership and responsibility of the materials. So that will help us work with the county on planning the future of these collections. And that is it for this portion of the agenda.
Before we finish this portion, I thought I would invite Commissioner Schneider, since she is part of the Archives Task Force, if she wants to add anything to this conversation right here. So taking her report and adding it to yours a little bit out of order.
Yes, let me get on the page with my own report. So I always like to quote myself. But that was well done, Anne. It's a good summary. We've definitely, one of the things that I want to remind everybody is a year ago, we were on the brink of getting the final steps to the inventory that we were planning when everything was swept away in a COVID mess and we had financial issues and so forth. So there was some delay that happened at that time. And we also had a change in legal counsel this year for the library. But it's nice to see that with legal counsel back on, this has been front burnered for them. And that also that, as you recall from the last meeting, that we have a proposed deadline of September 1st that we're really aiming hard for. I congratulate the librarian on the work that it's doing and the steps that they're taking and that the director's report maps out. So, and I want to underscore that it's really important that there be that we don't go into the determination of the materials with a preconceived notion of what the solution is, because that's what we're asking the library to do, is to help us find what are the potential solutions, what are the options that we have, what kinds of material are in there, what are the storage capabilities, and who's going to partner with the library on addressing these materials. Anne's report sums it up better than I can about the preliminary inventory followed by the potential for a more thorough inventory. But everybody takes it seriously. Everybody involved is extremely concerned about, understands that Los Guilicos is not the final home for any number of reasons for this mixture of material, of county records and historical content. I think that's one point that all stakeholders agree on.
Thanks, Commissioner Schneider. I will say that, however, I will point out to those listening that you are a librarian also, and so your notion of inventory is maybe a little different than a civilian sense of inventory. So I believe that they have inventoried. They know what's out there. They just haven't done a detailed inventory and then a detailed inventory of the detailed inventory. So they know what's out there.
Yeah, my notion of inventory may be a little more rigorous than a lay person. Yeah, just a little bit. And I also want to add that coming in as a librarian with over 30 years experience and so forth, it really surprised me that the library was housing records for the county. And it just didn't, it's a very unusual relationship, and the library has a lot of its own work to do, as we heard from Mr. Cochrane and heard from other people in the library system. And it just seems like the county records need to be a county problem. To throw that in. But we're I think everybody involved wants to do the right thing, wants to help the materials find their appropriate homes.
That's right. Thank you very much. Director Hammond, I know that we don't have an official written ruling or official opinion by the attorneys, but would they be willing to, do they have a sense of what they're thinking? Would they be willing to say something tonight? I know they're here. If you don't feel comfortable with that, that's fine. We can wait for a different time. But
Jeff Mitchell is with us this evening. Jeff, what do you think? Is this something that's ready to share, or do you need to study it further?
Well, I can give you my preliminary review. I can tell you what we've looked at. I'm not certain that we've looked at everything there is to see, so that's one of the questions we need to follow up on. But we have looked back at, I may get the dates wrong, but I believe 1964 resolutions by the county and by Santa Rosa. We've looked at the original Joint Powers Agreement. We've looked at the current JPA. We've looked at the amendments, the most recent amendments to the lease for the facility. What we find, sort of our preliminary analysis of that, is that what we find is actions to transfer possession of the materials to the library, but not an intent to transfer ownership of materials. I think, for example, if you look at the 6th Amendment to the lease, there is a recital in that essentially says the county is leasing the facility to the library for $1 a year in exchange for the library's work in preserving the county's archives. And I think so far that's consistent with other things we have seen, that it was not an effort by the county to transfer ownership to the library, but possession. And so I don't want to say that we have exhausted everything. There may be additional documents that we need to pin down, but that's our preliminary answer right now.
that's very helpful. Thank you very much, Mr. Mitchell. So with that said, I think that the notion that we need to look at the materials to see what's appropriate for a public library collection is very important, and also to work to find a safe space for the records that may be appropriate for us, but also are appropriate for the county to rehome somehow. I think that is what is in front of us, and I think that this is going to be a community effort, not just a library effort. And I think that it's going to be an interesting conversation over the next couple of months, but we need to push this forward. So with that, I will open this to public comment.
I believe Jane has some emails that she can read at this point.
Okay.
I do. The first is from Abigail Marquin. Dear members of the Sonoma County Library Commission, I write to you today to urge you to immediately relocate the Sonoma County Archives currently housed on the Los Gilicos campus. As you are all aware, fire has threatened this location twice in the past 4 years, and if, or more likely when, the next fire destroys the archives, the county's history will be lost. The 2017 fires destroyed the Hewlett-Packard archives at Fountain Grove. Do not let the county archives suffer the same fate. Archives guard the written records of a community's past. Property records, court documents, city council meeting minutes, marriage and birth records, tax rolls, and maps are all stored in the Sonoma County Archives. There are many stories we have not yet uncovered from these documents. Today, I learned that the archives include records of separate property of married women from 1851 to 1926, as well as county military rolls from the late 1800s. Professional historians and students of history rely on these documents to interpret the past. Archival documents are the bread and butter of a historian's work, and their continued existence is necessary so that we may all continue to understand our past. I write you as a professional historian and professor of history, and as a native of Sonoma County and graduate of Santa Rosa Schools, who drew on the holdings of the Sonoma County Library and Archives for my undergraduate thesis, my dissertation, my published book, and my current book project. These resources are irreplaceable, and the county must act now to safeguard them for future generations. At best, Abigail Marquin, PhD, Professor of History at Carroll University in Waukesha, Wisconsin. And she also sent that letter again the next day. It's pretty much the same letter. It is the same letter. The next is from Nancy Fulmer. I want to add my voice to those who have already explained so eloquently the need to move the archives from Los Gilicos and to remind us of the true urgency we face in this project. I was very glad to hear Commissioner Doyle say that the archives would be moved by September. Fire season starts in the summer, so I hope that is not too late. We have a tiny window of time between now and perhaps July to rescue these valuable community assets. This is not theoretical. Parts of Los Gilicos were burned already, and the fire was a few feet away from the archives. I have been on the SCL staff since 1989, and I love the library. Rightly or not, the public will hold the library responsible if the archives are lost. I would hate to see our standing in the community bear such a permanent stain to our reputation. I have sent word to Director Hammond that I am volunteering to help in any way I can. I have been fire evacuated twice, have known many friends who lost everything in minutes to our wildfires, and am a 7th generation Sonoma County resident. I come to this issue with plenty of passion and motivation, and I feel the urgency more strongly every day that we move closer to fire season. Put me to work. Respectfully submitted, Nancy Fulmer. The next is from the Advocates for the Sonoma County Archives. Dear Commissioners, we are pleased that the library staff have begun a preliminary in-house inventory of the archives, but the timeline for relocation is unclear. It appears that the plan is not to move anything from Los Guilacos until a preliminary inventory and larger consultant-managed inventory are completed, in addition to resolving issues of ownership. Is this correct? Or will the library move the most fragile and requested items to the annex as soon as possible, as recommended in public comments provided during your February 1 meeting? If not, why? We recognize that the annex will need to be reconfigured to accommodate more materials, but as discussed in previous comments, Measure Y funds are available. Some modifications are likely already planned in preparation for reopening to the public. Why not get started now? The advocates for the Sonoma County Archives Committee and other volunteers are available to assist with the inventory and relocation. We wish to support your efforts in finding short and long-term solutions that takes into account the interests of library patrons who rely on access to this amazing special collection. Please feel free to contact us at socoarchives@gmail.com. Sincerely, Lynn Downey and Catherine J. Reinhardt, co-chairs of Advocates for the Sonoma County Archives. And the last one is from Daniel Marquin to the library commissioners. While it is good to hear that there is a plan for the inventory and relocation of the archives from Los Guilacos, we believe that the emphasis should be on the relocation. An inventory can be done later. It would be tragic to just have an inventory of all that had been lost to another fire. We hope that any activity regarding the archives will take full advantage of the expertise of the staff of the History and Genealogical Library. Not only are they more familiar with the archives than anyone else, they are also trained archivists. Please keep the public informed of the progress of the relocation of the archives. The management and protection of the archives is an important function of the library, and their fate is a matter of great concern to many. Sincerely, Daniel Marquin, Professor Emeritus of History, Sonoma State University, and former member and chair of the Historical Records Commission, and Joe Marquin, longtime volunteer at the History and Genealogical Library. And that is all.
Thanks very much. All right, now we're going to take commission comments, but I will point out that we do not have discussion on the agenda, so it's not going to be a full-blown discussion. But we're certainly welcoming your comments. Commissioner Elkin.
Yes, thanks. I had several comments I wanted to make, Deborah. First of all, I wanted to thank the concerned members of the community, particularly the historians and archivists who have very passionately kept this interest in front of us. I appreciate their efforts. That said, I also would like to thank Karen and Ann for clarifying something that was, I'll admit, confusing to me and perhaps to other members of the public, that what is, and I think we all, and I'm going to say we, the commission, the library staff, and members of the community need to start doing a better job about communicating around what are being termed, air quote, the archives, because it's pretty clear that, air quote, the archives include a mix of materials, some of them of terrific historical import and definitely within the purview of our library and things that we should seek to own and protect and make available to the public. And frankly, as far as I can tell, a bunch of other stuff that simply does not belong in a library and has been kind of dumped on us by the county or municipalities. And so I want to assure particularly the concerned members of the public that I, as a commissioner, and I think I can speak for others on the commission, are going to look to do everything we can to help the library move ahead quickly to identify and safely store the archive materials of historical import. And at the same time, all of us, the commission, the library, and the concerned community need to be reaching out to other groups in the county with regard to those other materials, because frankly, the library just cannot and must not be responsible for county and municipal records that have been dumped on us but are not appropriate for us to own or maintain. That's my view.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And there is one thing from one of the letters reminds me, Director Hammond, you are going to check with council to see whether we can use Measure Y funds or how we can use Measure Y funds. I was not aware that, I do not believe that we can use Measure Y funds to work on the historical records or the inventories, but it would be wonderful to get a legal opinion about that.
Yes, we'll certainly be discussing that.
Okay, thank you. Any other comments? Any other commissioners have comments? Okay, thanks for Commissioner McKenzie.
Yeah, I would just follow up to your comment about Measure Y funds. I believe there's a reference in the materials about special collections, and this is to the point that several of you are making, including Commissioner Elkine, that there's certainly a special collections, special historical collection in a lot of these materials, but it's far from everything that's out there. A couple of years ago, maybe 5 years ago or something, when I first came on the commission, Catherine Reinhardt, who was the history and genealogy manager, had us go out there individually as commissioners and looked around, and it is astonishing. You see these amazing old manuals and all kinds of cool stuff, but then there's a lot of other of the county records. And I think, again, this is very important for everybody to really understand. I'm glad that we have our legal counsel looking at these old agreements and stuff. I don't have all of them. I've just seen, little bits and pieces. And of course, it was a very different library when this happened. The library was based in Santa Rosa in the central library. There was a much closer connection, county and Santa Rosa. And, the library is a very different place now in 2021. So I think I really appreciate the fact, again, seconding what others have said, of the community's interest and care and concern. And we hear you, and I appreciate everyone working on it, our director and Karen Schneider and everyone who's working on it. I really feel like we're going to make progress. I'm really glad we have a deadline. We all, having gone through the fire seasons, understand the urgency of this. And so appreciate it. I just feel like we're making a big step forward, and I think communication is key. And I'm really glad that we're communicating with the public and letting everyone know what we're doing. So thanks to all.
Any other comment? Commissioner Foxton.
Yeah, I too would like to thank Ann and Karen for what they're doing and for keeping a good conversation going and opening up some of these issues. What was in existence in 1965 is a far cry in what's in existence today. And we need to sort all of that out. And I appreciate the fact that they're, having a legal counsel look.
You muted yourself.
Oh, did I? Am I back?
You're back.
I appreciate them pulling in the legal counsel and resolving some of these issues in a way that is appropriate for the time and place. And I just want everybody to know we are all concerned about the safety of what's out there, regardless of whether it's library or county materials. But we need to figure it out thoughtfully. And that's what I see going into this, is some thoughtfulness and planning, and not just willy-nilly moving stuff someplace. So I want to thank you for the way you're doing this.
Anyone else? Okay, thank you very much. We will move on to the budget and finance report.
Okay, we are unfortunately minus Randy Seipel this evening. He's unable to be with us. So we will go through the budget and finance report in less detail than he would present. If we can get to the first page. Okay, great. So I think the message here is that we are in both property tax and sales tax, we're running ahead of expected revenues and behind expected expenditures. And that's a very good place to be. So at this point in our fiscal year, we're in pretty good shape. And Andy, of course, feel free to jump in here as chair of the Finance Committee if there's anything you'd like to add.
No, actually, I was going to cover some of this in the Finance Committee report.
Okay.
And I'm not sure actually that you need to do anything here if you're willing to let me hit the high points when we get to the Finance Committee report.
That is perfectly fine with me.
Okay.
Okay, any public comment? Any commission comments? All right, then we'll move forward into section 7. The first section of that are the collected commissioner reports. Does anyone have additional remarks to make from their own reports? Commissioner McKenzie.
Yes, I just wanted to say a couple of quick things. I'm very pleased to be a board member of the Green Music Center, as well as a library commissioner. And so this seemed to be a good opportunity for a collaboration. And I was very pleased to be able to set up a meeting between the outreach programming coordinator for the Green Music Center and Kathy DeWeese. And we had a great 3-way meeting. And I have this in my report, but I thought I'd call it out in public because the Green Music Center is such a unique and wonderful community resource with diverse and creative programming. And I'm thinking there might be some real opportunity to work together in the future. So I was very happy about that connection. I also just secondly wanted to say that I continue to really appreciate the midweek messages. I always learn something. I particularly enjoyed seeing Chris Lavanish, our former events coordinator, who is now, director of her own library back in Pennsylvania, and a conversation with our director. And it was such an interesting thing. I would never even be able to see anything like this other than on midweek message. So I really appreciated that. And also seeing our new events coordinator, and she did a really nice job talking about the Biblio bus. So encourage everyone, commissioners, I'm sure you all probably do, but anyway, I just wanted to thank the staff and everybody who puts the efforts into midweek message, because I really learned something that I wouldn't learn in any other way. So thank you.
Any other commission comments? Not seeing any electronic hands. Commissioner Heavenridge, if you wouldn't mind, I will tack something onto your advocacy committee report. Today, in Congress in Washington, I believe I've mentioned before to this committee that, that there was a Senate Build Libraries, a Senate Library Construction Act that was introduced by Senator Jack Reed from Rhode Island. It is now going into the House. And so they're looking for a lot of co-sponsors, and tomorrow is the deadline to be co-sponsors. So if we could, I can't ask for an action here, but I have certainly been in touch with my congressional representative to suggest that he be a co-sponsor on this bill. So I can certainly send along additional information, but it's an important thing, and I think that many California representatives should be co-sponsors if they aren't, because we haven't had a library construction bill in California for 20 years either. So I think that we could certainly take advantage of that. And I'm going to ask for one last, any other commission comments? Okay, thank you. Then we are going to move into Let's see, committee liaison reports. Commissioner Elkins.
Would you like me to take on the Finance Committee report here, Deborah?
That's right.
Okay, so we're going to pick this up on page, actually at the bottom of page 62. We'll probably be on page 63, Jane. I'm just going to cover a few things quickly here. Big picture, I would like to, first of all, apologize to everybody that so much of the packet is taken up with both detailed financial reports and fairly lengthy minutes from the Finance Committee. But I would like to say that the reason for that is that with the assistance of Randy Seipel and his staff, we are month to month, I think, getting a firmer grip on the financial situation at the library, and not just developing a better understanding, but hopefully implementing better control systems along the way. So big picture, I'll say a couple of things. First, as Ann mentioned, the revenue picture continues to be positive. As you remember, last spring with property taxes and sales taxes uncertain, we went through a budget process based on pretty conservative estimates. And so far, year to date, we have significantly exceeded those estimates for both property taxes and sales taxes. And in fact, we're running ahead of where we were last year. So that's great news. And our expenses are under control. We have continued to add new reports month to month based on requests from the Commission. This past month, thanks to a request from Commissioner Dave Cahill, Randy produced our first balance sheet report. Now, the report is not, I would say, in final form. It's still kind of a hybrid report, but it did provide some useful information. It is sending us back to take a closer look at updating the fund balance policy. And I feel pretty confident that within a month or two, we will have an actual balance sheet every month available for us to look at. Similarly, and I'm at item 5.3, thanks to a request from Commissioner Thomas Hauser, Randy and his team went back and did a pretty serious look at bequests and gifts and donations. This was an area that had been neglected somewhat in terms of reporting, and they had to do a lot of digging. But thankfully, we're getting on top of that. And as a result, we'll be in a better position to respond to requests from those generous donors and benefactors who have given money to the library about what we've spent it on and when. I also wanted to mention that after I think a very difficult process, Randy and his team have been making good progress on the audit for 2018, 2019. He indicated that he hoped that would be finished soon. And once it was, he expected that the audit for 2019 to 2020 would go smoothly. So that's great news. And I think we'll all rest easier once those are completed. Finally, I wanted to just highlight items 5.5 and 5.6 because they will appear later on the agenda tonight. At our last meeting, Ann requested some adjustments to the budget based on staffing. And specifically, she asked that we unfreeze a number of frozen positions and also free up some of the extra help that had been limited by our, I think, appropriately conservative approach to the budget. There's no significant impact on budget dollars. That item will appear later in the agenda tonight. It's item 10.1 on pages 81 to 83, and I hope you'll all support it. In addition, item 5.6, again, during the budget period, we put a lot of our capital projects on hold. We have the money to move forward with them. We have, in some cases, begun work on them, but we need, by resolution, to amend the budget to include these projects that we had previously approved, but had then been put on hold and taken out of the budget. So again, this appears later on tonight. It's item 11.2 on pages 86 through 89. The Finance Committee has reviewed both of these. I'm happy to answer questions, but I hope that I can count on support from everyone in the commission to approve those. And that's it.
Thanks, Commissioner Elkin. We'll just quickly go through the, Commissioner Heavenridge, do you have anything to add to your advocacy report?
No, I think it's as good as stands, and I just have to say I'm contacting our Congressman Huffman for the library bill. So I'm doing that and talking to his staff directly about it too. Also.
Thanks very much, Commissioner Snyder. We've heard your report. Commissioner Hauser, anything to add to your foundation liaison report?
No.
Great, and I have nothing to add as well. Any public comments on commissioner report, committee reports? Seeing no hands. Any commission comments? Okay, thank you very much. I don't believe
I have my hand up. Sorry.
Oh, I'm sorry, Commissioner Schneider.
It's okay. I just wanted to briefly thank Andy and the library and Randy for some really excellent financial reports. They're very readable. I feel like I know what I'm reading. I also like the comparisons with the year to date from the previous year. It's very helpful to have that context, and I just really thank them for their leadership in this area.
Thank you for requesting that, Karen.
Thanks very much. Anybody else? Okay. Item 8, lab appointments. I don't believe we have any lab appointments tonight. So then on to the consent calendar. These matters include routine financial and administrative actions that may be approved by a consensus. Any commission member or member of the public may request that an item be removed from the calendar and have it placed with the action items. The commission will approve the minutes of the prior meetings in summary format, and that is the only thing we have on our consent calendar.
Madam Chair, this is Commissioner McKenzie. I'd like to move adoption of the consent calendar, and I would also like your permission to ask a question about the minutes.
Okay, let me get a second before you ask a question. May I have a second?
I'll second.
Okay, Commissioner McKenzie, your question.
My question is, do we have a policy of noting we don't have a lot of public comment usually, but around budget issues and certainly around the archives, we've had a lot of members of the public come forward. Do we have a policy on whether we name names or indicate what the comments are in our minutes?
I do not know, and I will find out for you for the next meeting. How about that?
Great, thank you.
I don't believe, unless Anne, you know off the top of your head, unless Director Hammond, unless you know off the top of your head. I think
we don't have a policy that directs that. Our practice has been to just simply do a summary saying that comments were received.
Thanks. All right, then I will call the roll to approve that. Commissioner Cahill.
Yes.
Mr. Elkin.
Yes.
Mr. Hauser.
Yes.
Commissioner Mulford,
Yes.
Commissioner McKenzie,
Yes.
Commissioner Heavenridge,
Heavenridge, yes.
Commissioner Foxen,
Yes.
Commissioner Parker,
Yes.
Mr. Newberg. I know you're up.
Yes.
Commissioner Schneider,
Yes.
and I'll make it unanimous. Okay, thank you very much. And then we're going to move into action items for motion. We have one item, that's the proposed staffing budget adjustment for fiscal year 2021.
I believe Suzanne Silva is here with us. Suzanne, do you want to speak to this one or shall I?
I can begin speaking to it if
Okay.
if it's going to be brought up. So I think as Andy did a great job, well, thank you, commissioners, for letting me speak to this item. Suzanne Silva, Human Resources Manager. And again, I think Commissioner Elkin did a great job of introducing this item that initially, you know, we were close to the public and we had frozen some of these positions, believing that we weren't sure of our revenues and also that we were not needing some of this staff. And now that we are proposing to reopen the addition of these staff and bringing back extra help will have a not negligible impact on our current fiscal year budget, and will not, we don't necessarily have to have these staff to reopen, but it will help us as we do expand our hours to the public. And one of the extra help that we had planned on filling was the extra help HR specialist, which will definitely aid us in performing some of these recruitment and onboarding activities. So these are the positions, and then some of the shelvers where it says 3.0 FTE, these will be various shelvers allocated throughout the branches, working approximately 15 hours a week. So I think that's pretty much it, unless Anne wants to add on to that.
No, it was a great job, Suzanne. Thank you. This is not all inclusive of the frozen positions, but this is a start. And we want to make sure that we have all of the talent that we need to move the library services forward.
Okay, any public comment? Any commission comments? Not seeing anything.
Deborah, this is Andy. I would just like to second what Suzanne said. I think it's a great sign that we're able to start bringing some people back. And I think we're all looking forward to when we can open even further to the public, and that we will be ready to serve them as completely as we can. So I'm very enthusiastic about this. May I move for adoption?
Please.
I'll second.
Is that David?
Yes.
Okay, great.
So I move that Sonoma County Library Commission approve the recommended proposed staffing budget adjustment for fiscal year 2021.
And Commissioner Cahill seconds. Did I miss any public comments? I don't think I see any hands. No. Okay, then I'm going to call the roll again. Commissioner Cahill, you said yes.
Yes.
Commissioner Elkin, you said yes.
Yes.
Commissioner Hauser.
Yes.
Commissioner Mulford.
Yes.
Commissioner McKenzie.
Yes.
Commissioner Heavenridge.
Yes.
Commissioner Foxen.
Yes.
Commissioner Parker.
Yes.
Newberg.
Yes.
Commissioner Schneider.
Yes.
I will make it unanimous. Thank you very much. Okay. Now we are going to scoot down to 11.2, the resolution of the Sonoma County Library Commission authorizing an amendment to the fiscal year 2021 final budget.
Great. And if we can bring up, there we are. So again, since Randy is not here, I will present this one. As part of the fiscal budget planning process last year, the commission approved a number of projects using Measure Y funds, surplus funds, capital projects, collections, archives, technology, materials. And then when the COVID shutdown happened, we were unable to move forward on a number of these projects. Now we would like to pick them up again, some of them at least. And we've discovered that in the absence of a CFO, we missed a paperwork issue. We did not approve a resolution adding these projects to the budget. And so the county's accounting system, the EFS system, did not recognize that this was part of our budget. And so this budget adjustment resolution is simply to correct that paperwork problem and allow us to move forward on the projects. And I'm sorry, if you could scroll down a little bit to where the spreadsheet is. You will see a summary here. And again, this is not all inclusive of the projects that were discussed last year, but if you look at the blue column, these are the ones that we're asking for to be added to the budget in this amendment. And these are the ones that will be moving forward in this fiscal year. So pretty much all the rest of that information you can ignore. Just look at the blue column. Are there any questions about this?
Well, Anne, this is Andy, and not a question, I guess, so much as a comment. I don't disagree with anything that you said, but in the way it was worded in the packet, made it seem like this was some kind of a sudden surprise. And we've been talking about this for several months. We knew that we had not completed the paperwork. We knew it had to happen. We knew you were going to be presenting to the commission. So I don't want the public or any of the other commissioners to get the wrong idea that this was suddenly revealed and a big discrepancy. That's all.
No, that was a misunderstanding, and thank you for pointing that out.
Thank you, Commissioner Elkin. I was just about to do that very thing. So that's great. Any public comments? Okay, thanks very much. This I know that this has been more tedious, and we wanted to embrace these projects a little bit earlier, but it's great that we've got most of it sorted out now. And let's see. We don't have to adopt that, right? Well, oh, yes, we do. Okay. Does someone want to move?
I do. Thomas Hauser, I move that the Sonoma County Library Commission adopt the resolution of the Sonoma County Library Commission authorizing an amendment to the fiscal year 2021 final budget of the Sonoma County Library for an increase of $4,805,000.
I'd like to second.
Super. Thank you, Commissioners Hauser and Elkin. Okay, I'm gonna take the roll. Commissioner Cahill.
Yes.
Commissioner Elkin, you're in. Commissioner
Yes.
You're in. Commissioner Mulford.
Yes.
Commissioner McKenzie.
Yes.
Commissioner Evanridge.
Yes.
Commissioner Foxen.
Yes.
Commissioner Parker.
Yes.
Commissioner Newberg.
Yes.
Commissioner Schneider.
Yes.
I'm making unanimous. All right, let's get those projects rolling.
All right.
12, I'm not sure. I'm not sure what the discussion is supposed to be about exactly. So I'm going to I'm just going to move us into a closed
Yeah,
session.
yeah, right.
Sorry, we missed that going through. We are going to be in a closed session for a little bit. And they're moving parts of the closed session. So everyone bear with us and we will be back. We'll be back not shortly, but we'll be back when we are. Rano, you want to take us into the...
Okay, everybody ready? Here you go.
We're ready.
Bono, are you on?
Yeah, I am. Is everything okay, Jeff?
Well, my internet dropped, so I've switched over to a mobile hotspot. Can you put
Okay.
me back in the?
Yes, I'll put you right back in. Okay, here you go.
Thanks.
Anne, I'm glad you made it back. I just sent you a message, but I'm glad you made it. Excuse me, Anne, are they doing the your evaluation now?
Yes.
Okay. And then they'll call you back in, correct?
I'm not sure if they will or if they'll just come back to this room.
Okay. Are they doing the real property negotiation?
They already finished that part.
Ah, okay, very good. Okay. Thank you.
see if we have.
Deborah, should I close the room?
Yes, please. Thank you so much. He has such a fabulous voice. I wonder if he sings. Oh,
We were in,
all right.
Are you all still breathing?
Yes, I think so.
Pursuant to California Government Code 54957.1, we're still breathing. No. We're going to report, I'm going to report on the closed session conducted pursuant to Government Codes 54957, 54956.9 D1, 54957B, and 54956.8. And I want to report that on 13.1, conference with a public employee, there was no action to report. On 13.2, conference with the legal counsel, existing litigation, there was no action to report on that either. 13.3, conference with a public employee, there was no action to report on that. And 13.4, conference with real property negotiator, there was no action to report on that either from the commission. And so that moves us to item 15, agenda items for future commission meetings. I would love to have a reimagining report. I hear it's going incredibly well, and we would love to have some details about that, and which will then lead us into probably the beginning conversations about our budget, because that's going to be April. So we're probably going to have well, Andy, perhaps you can phrase it perfectly for us at the next commission meeting. But and then I think we probably anybody else have specific things for the future commission items? The historic records are always going to be on the agenda until, you know, just because everybody is very interested in them, and so they will definitely be a regular agenda item.
And updates for recruitments on key positions.
Sounds good. Anything else? I'm looking for hands. Let me see.
Deborah, Rachel has her hand up.
Oh, I'm sorry, Rachel. Golly.
I was just reaching down for my hand raise thing too. We should probably keep investigating what's going on with Roseland. We've got that $10 million. I can imagine the city of Santa Rosa wanting us to pursue property and architect.
Much fun, huh?
Mm.
We're delighted to hear that.
It's exciting.
That's a great idea. Anything else? I'm not seeing any hands. I would, I suppose I could ask for public comment. Public comment. Okay, before I let you go, I would remind you, if you would think about the bill that's being introduced on Capitol Hill in the House tomorrow, and if you could, I can send an email, or I can send a telephone number, but it would be great if Congressman Huffman heard from a lot of people suggesting that he co-sponsor that bill. So,
Deborah, please do send an email so that we can share it broadly.
sounds good. Sounds good. And with that, the next date and time of our next meeting is, golly, already our budget workshop meeting, Saturday, March 20th, 2021. Mark your calendars. And then, of course, the first Monday of April will be our next official, our next official commission meeting. But we may have a special meeting, another special meeting somewhere along the way 2 weeks from now. I will let you know. Okay, meeting adjourned.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thanks
for hanging in there.
Thank you. Thanks, Deborah.
Thank you. Thanks, everybody.
Night.
Thank you. Good night.
Night, Ann. Thank you very much for hanging in there.
Yep.
Thank
Good
you.
night, all.
Bye.
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 Bye-bye.